Okay, we're starting. Oh my god. Oh, I thought I could jump over that. I might go and try farming some embers. If I die here, just give myself a health boost. Nope. Oh, fuck. Okay. I nearly died there. God damn it, I am...
This spot
It's fine.
marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like. Do that. I'm actually gonna go try and farm. Now that I have the dancer bonfire, it's a lot easier. Cat ring. Where is it? My gold serpent ring. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. of the Grand Archives.
Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. That was very... I'm trying to remember how I got up there.
God damn it. It's fine.
Ah, how gracious, and almost as if it had lived me. Oh, I'm sure an Ashen One. Ashen One.
Ah, be safe.
But you may rest here too, if you like.
I'm not casting spells. Trying to get under his arm. Seriously? Everything's fine as long as I actually watch him. I say. Oh, god damn it.
Marks are great, but you may rest here too, if you like.
Seriously. How much does that actually increase my strength by? Strength is 23 now from 18, okay. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, I am back. Burn through all these embers. I could be using a shield, but honestly... Yeah. Roll. Oh, you fucker.
But you may rest here too, if you like.
And I am set up on a hyper. Do covens do anything? I can't remember. My timing is complete.
God damn it.
Marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like.
Oh, I really need this place just lock in. I just need to lock in, man. This spot marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like. I could absolutely do this without getting hit. If I stopped messing up my timing. Okay.
This spot marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like.
See, the problem is that there are two timings. There's the teleport timing and the normal timing. And the normal timing I have down. It's the teleport timing where I fuck up.
Marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like.
Oh my god. Okay, can I actually do that though? I'm gonna try and do the positioning just to see if it happens. Oh, fuck.
Marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like.
So close. I just want to see if it still works. Come here, you... I can't say that. I can't say what I was gonna say. touch.
if you like.
I'm not fucking adding anyone on Discord, man. That's an insta-ban. I don't care if you're a bot or not. You ask me to add you on Discord on stream, it's like I'm gonna ban your ass. Like, yeah, sure, maybe if you're a regular. Okay. Seriously? Nope, that didn't work.
Spot marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like.
I probably just messed it up, though. Okay. I did mess it up. I was on the stairs. I need to be at the edge of the stairs.
Marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like. Our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like.
Seriously? That's what I was wondering. Okay.
Sword marks our grave, but you may rest here too,
Seriously?
if you like.
That's some bullshit! What am I doing? I'm walking all over the place. I really wish I could just hop over that. No.
This spot.
I was actually fucking stun locked there.
If you like.
Oh my god.
if you like.
I swear, I'm not gonna spend all stream trying to beat the Twin Princes. Damn it. Seriously, fuck off.
Marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like.
I swear, if I die another time, if this is not my last attempt, I'm gonna go to the DLC area.
marks are grave, but you may
I didn't even
rest
try
here
there.
too,
Fuck it.
if you like.
You know what? Actually, real fast, let's... Alright, go try Udix. Or Champion Gundyr. Okay, now we're gonna roll. Roll. Excuse me, what? Seriously. No. No, 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 you fucking bitch! Okay. Fucking bitch. Okay.
Okay.
No, no, no. Why was I not getting up?
Okay.
Oh, I did that way too early. I messed up that one. Okay. Okay. I did two, and then it's now suddenly I can't do it. Fuck. gonna try again. Okay, are you fucking kidding me? Damn it. Seriously?
Oh, nice. Okay.
Well, thanks. A lost lamb wandering. Well, thou shouldst might. What can this owe? To skirt the curse's grasp, tarry not. 'Tis dark for now, and not a soul stirs. Or perhaps thou like the poor. To skirt tarry, 'tis dark. Or like best.
I can do it. There we go. Oh, here it is.
'Tis as if it were, but we did all we could. Much has happened. Mayhap I should apprise thee of what the thin light of these eyes might reveal. Scenes of betrayal. This treat the fire keep. She is much like thee.
Welcome. Very well then taken. Farewell, Ashen Maiden. Ah, speak freely. Be safe.
quick. The sweetly rotting bed.
Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yep. No. Get fucked. Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck. Crap. Okay, why the fuck? Nope, nope, nope.
Well, you're Lady Uria's Lord of Hollows. No bell tolls. And yet, you've slipped into the painting. Oh, no matter. If you've lost your way, the words of Lady Frida will guide you. Now, go on inside.
Welcome to the... I am Frida. I have long stood beside our blessed Father and the rest of the forlorn. But forlorn thou seemest not, Lord of Hollows. I know not the missteps which led thee to this painted world, but thy duty is all, and thy duty lieth elsewhere. Return from whence thou camest. I presume it visible to thee? The bonfire here in this room. A meek and faded thing, but 'twill guide thee nonetheless. Ah yes, there is a thing thou shouldst by rights possess. A remembrance of this cold world, the great Lord of Londor. May it help thee bear thy duty. Now, thou'st a place in that world, and that alone is cause to rejoice. Now, thou'st a...
Okay. Damn it. Hello, Reaper. How's the food? Oh, that's great. Nope. Aha! No! Fuck you mean you can just dragon breath me? There are 2? There are more than 2. Oh, what? I am going to actually switch games. I don't know what I'm going to switch to yet. But I am. But yeah, Reaper, you mean it? It is good? Can't play that. Let's see. We'll see how long this is going to take to download. While I have this game downloading, though, we'll watch some YouTube.
The early life of the man dubbed by the media as the Grabber, but we can estimate that he was born in the late 1920s, based on his age when we see him in 1978.
Yo, let me
what we do know
change
is
this
that he had a
from
younger
screen
brother,
capture.
Max, and that the two grew up in a house in North Denver, Colorado, which he inherited and later used in his crimes.
It doesn't work. Not since I was a kid.
This may be an important detail in understanding the Grabber and his motivation. In the winter of 1957, the Grabber took a job in maintenance at Alpine Lake Camp. He was also a skilled skater and taught the boys at the camp how to play ice hockey on the frozen lake. At camp, most campers and staff are known only by their nicknames, and the Grabber's striking appearance earned him the camp nickname Wild Bill.
We called it Wild Bill because he wore this brown leather tool belt loose around his waist like a gunslinger, and he got long wavy hair like Wild Bill Hickok.
The real Bill Hickok was a 19th century frontiersman and folk hero in the Old West, known as both a lawman and a gunslinger. Over time, he gained an almost mythical reputation due to not only the newspapers, but Hickok himself telling exaggerated stories of his adventures, like shootouts over poker and women and a knife fight with a bear. Alpine Lake Camp not only gave him the identity of Wild Bill, it's where he took on another identity. This is likely where he became the Grabber and began killing his very first victims. First, a boy named Felix, who he chased through the woods and stabbed to death. Then, a boy named Cal O'Keefe, who slipped away from the campfire into the woods, who the Grabber cut up into pieces, which he then burned. On a third night, a boy named Spike became the third victim. The Grabber placed each boy's body in an oil drum, then used ice fishing gear to create a hole on the frozen lake, which he'd drop each drum into.
Lake Maru is where we take campers ice fishing, so we store our equipment there. That's the only lake where he would have the tools to make a hole in the ice and dump the bodies.
Later, in 1957, a camp counselor named Hope Adler joined the staff, but she possessed a rare ability to speak to the dead victims via supernatural telephone call with the world of spirits, putting the Grabber's secrets in danger of being exposed. If you want to know the true meaning behind the Grabber's mask, how the Black Phone links to both Sinister and the universe of Stephen King, and the true motivation behind the game that the Grabber plays with his victims, then stick around to the end of this video. Welcome to Horror History. Ladies and gentlemen, it's grabbing time. Apologies to the Harvey Weinstein victims who just had painful flashbacks. How about this instead? Welcome to Horror History. Why don't you grab a seat or grab some popcorn? The Black Phone was the 2021 horror film directed by Scott Derrickson, with a sequel released in 2025 and Derrickson returning to the director's chair, which looked like this. He literally grabbed a picture of it. If parts of The Black Phone feel familiar, it wasn't just because of the shared creative DNA from his previous film series Sinister. He also brought some of the same cast with him, including Ethan Hawke and James Ransone.
Thank you very much, Deputy So-and-so.
In fact, The Black Phone is essentially a companion piece to Sinister, but instead of a supernatural boogeyman like Bagul, the Grabber is a real-life boogeyman, the type of child abductor that parents really have to worry about. As if having to worry that your kid will develop a love for horror movies after discovering a baggy-eyed YouTuber was not stressful enough. Both films are based on the short story of the same name, written by Joe Hill, son of goated horror writer Stephen King. I know they don't share a last name, but nobody would have taken him seriously if he had his father's name. Well, hi, you must be joking. The short story follows a boy named Finney who's abducted and held in a basement where a disconnected Black Phone allows him to speak with the voices of the Grabber's victims. But it differs slightly from the films, opening right as Finney is abducted and focusing less on family dynamics and more on the suffocating tension of a child trapped with a predator. The premise drew the attention of Scott Derrickson, who found the idea of combining a serial killer story and a ghost story deceptive and unique. I'm not sure what he means when he says he hasn't seen a serial killer story combined with a ghost story, though. I mean, Insidious 4, anyone? The Grabber in the short story stands in sharp contrast to Ethan Hawke's stylized mask-wearing villain. Hill's version, an overweight man who dresses as a clown, was heavily inspired by the real-life crimes of John Wayne Gacy. Gacy is one of the most infamous serial killers in American history, a man who hid unimaginable darkness behind the mask of a friendly neighbor and part-time clown. He was considered a helpful member of the community, but between 1972 and 1978, Gacy held captive, assaulted, and killed 33 men aged 14 to 21. He would grab them, or lure the victims to his house to manipulate them into handcuffs on the pretense of showing them a magic trick. After killing them, he would bury their bodies in the basement crawl space. These similarities between Gacy and the Grabber really grabbed me. Both are children's entertainers, both buried their victims in a basement, and in the film, the Grabber even uses magic tricks to entice his victims. With the recent release of the two-part adaptation of his father's classic novel, Hill worried that the Grabber being a clown would feel too much like a ripoff. So the decision was made to change the Grabber to a magician, specifically the style of magicians from the 1930s and 40s. He looks a lot like Mandrake the Magician from King Comics. There are a lot of similarities, the black and red coloring, the cape, and the sharp tailoring. To me though, the Grabber looks less like a superhero and more like some sleazy guy who would try to sell you tickets to his show on Las Vegas Boulevard. And if you've been to Las Vegas Boulevard, you know those guys can be just as predatory as anyone. Hill loved the aesthetic of the 1930s and 40s magician shows, where the magician would have two different outfits, one a magician and one the devil, and he would perform supernatural style tricks as the devil. I think changing the Grabber to a magician was a good choice. While Stephen King has never stated Gacy as an inspiration for Pennywise, they're both killers who hide behind a clown appearance and lure victims to their deaths. Gacy was arrested in 1979, and Stephen King started writing It in 1980. It just took him 6 years to finish. Gacy also hid his victims in a basement, and Pennywise has been known to frequent a basement at times.
Oh, this is all interesting.
But to fully unmask the Grabber, we need to call back to 1976, where the serial killer set his sights on his next victim. While working at Alpine Lake, Hope Adler received calls from the spirits of the grabber's victims, but before she could uncover what truly happened to them, police discovered evidence of burnt remains, along with pieces of Cal's denim jacket, leading to the closure of Alpine Lake Camp in 1958. What the grabber did over the next 17 years remains a mystery, but at some point, he moved back into his childhood home and continued with the criminal side that had awakened within him at the camp. At some point, he purchased the house across the street from him, which he intended to use as a place to hide the evidence of his crimes, as he turned his basement into a soundproofed holding cell for his victims. The grabber created a persona for himself, a mask to hide behind publicly by getting himself a job as a magician, allowing him to blend into the neighborhood as a harmless children's entertainer. His work van, the perfect tool to transport props, also doubled as transport for his victims. It allowed him to watch the boys in the neighborhood, studying their routes and routines without drawing unwanted attention. In 1975, he settled on his next target, a boy named Billy Showalter. Early one morning, while Billy was out doing his paper route with his dog, the grabber decided to take the boy from a quiet residential street after disarming him with an offer to see a magic trick. Once he was close enough, he sprayed Billy in the face with a can of wasp poison, temporarily blinding and disorienting him. Using a bunch of black balloons to block the view from the street, the grabber threw Billy into the back of his van, leaving only the boy's dog and bike behind. He then returned home and locked the unconscious Billy in his basement. At the same time, unbeknownst to the kidnapper, someone from his past was about to discover his crime. Hope Adler, the camp counselor with supernatural abilities, had also moved to North Denver and was now married with 2 children, Finney and Gwen. But she began suffering with nightmares about Billy and his abduction, leading her to search for the location seen in her dream.
We're getting...
One night, the grabber discovered her lurking outside the house, but before she could leave to get help, the grabber grabbed her and pulled her into his van. Panicked about his crime being discovered, he drove her back home and killed her, but staged her death to look like a mental health fatality. We know this takes place in 1975 because of a comment made by Hope's daughter in 1982.
She died 7 years ago.
The grabber's 5th victim was a quiet boy named Griffin Stagg. Griffin was likely taken sometime in 1975 after Billy's murder, but spent a much longer time trapped in the basement. Based on the time between the 4th and 6th victims being taken, it's likely that he was held captive for almost 2 years. When the grabber took Griffin, he also stole the boy's bike lock and used it to secure his front door. Afraid he might eventually forget the combination, Griffin carved the numbers into the basement wall in case he ever had a chance at escape. That day never came, however. The grabber's 6th victim is Vance Hopper, a school bully whose obsession with the arcade pinball machine earned him the nickname Pinball Vance.
You think I kidnapped Vance Hopper last spring? Is that it?
Considering this comment was made in November 1978, Vance was either taken in spring 1978 or spring of 1977. Personally, I think if you were talking about spring of the same year, you would just say spring, so to me, it makes more sense that Vance was taken in the spring of 1977. This also fits my theory on the durations each of the boys were held for, which I'll get to. Vance was held until 1978 when he caused damage to the basement while trying to escape and paid the price for it with his life. From here on out, the pace at which the boys are grabbed increases. The grabber takes his 7th victim, 13-year-old Bruce Yamada, on July 18, 1978, as he's cycling home after a baseball game. During his captivity, Bruce attempted to dig a tunnel under the floor, but failed when the grabber discovered his attempts to escape. Unlike the baseball game, Bruce only got 1 strike, and the grabber took him out. It only took a few more months for the grabber to grab his next victim, Robin Ariana, on November 9, 1978. Unlike the other boys who vanished from quiet residential streets, Robin was taken while walking home one Saturday afternoon, cutting behind a row of warehouses. The grabber is dressed in his full magician costume, which I assume is the case for each of his North Denver abductions. My theory is that the full costume, along with his newly coined nickname, are ways for him to dissociate from his crimes, something we see him do in other ways as his story progresses. The rate at which the grabber is abducting boys is rapidly increasing as the length of their captivity decreases. This all comes down to how soon they play the game.
What game?
Naughty boy.
Naughty Boy isn't really a game so much as it is a ritual played out with the grabber. With each kidnapping, he sets a bunch of traps or tests for them. The main one involves him leaving the basement door unlocked and sitting at the top of the stairs with his belt in hand to punish anyone who tries to escape. Naughty Boy is a key moment in understanding the psychology of the grabber, by forcing them to break one of his...
I haven't been talking a lot during this because I was trying to get my game to actually download faster, but like... there's not much I really need to say. I mean, he's going through it all really easily to understand. Black Phone is, by the way, one of my favorite games, and I actually... not games. Movies... that were released recently, and like all the tie-ins that the second one had with the first one, and with like actually learning the past and everything about the grabber.
The rules before he can hurt them, he attempts to justify his actions.
Why hasn't he killed me?
You won't play the game. You have to play the game. If you don't play, he can't win.
When the boys try to escape, it becomes the excuse that the grabber needs to become violent while convincing himself that he isn't a villain. It's another method he uses to dissociate himself from the crimes. Naughty Boy also hints at the grabber's sadistic tendencies. Serial killers with these tendencies often create rituals to build anticipation or to provide them with a sense of power over their victims. For example, Danny Rolling, the Gainesville Ripper who inspired Ghostface in Scream, liked to duct tape and tie his victims up to build anticipation before taking them out. John Wayne Gacy would provide his victims with substances before performing a magic trick that involved locking the boys in handcuffs. There does seem to be a power fantasy at play with the grabber's choice of victims. He tends to choose boys that are at the top of the food chain. Vance was considered the bully, Bruce was the athlete who hits a game-winning home run off of Finney at the start of the movie, and Robin was the fighter who other bullies at the school were afraid to mess with. He chooses kids who dominate in the hierarchy of children, but as an adult, he's the one who has all of the power over them. All of these choices would tie in to the reason.
Oh yeah, it's such a good movie.
While the movie never explicitly shows it, the Naughty Boy game also strongly implies another dark side to the grabber's motives.
If you don't play Naughty Boy, the grabber can't beat you. And if he can't beat you, he can't move on to the next part. And the next part of Naughty Boy is his favorite part.
We see this most clearly when he waits for the boys shirtless at the top of the stairs. For the grabber, there's a level of pleasure in the situation.
Yeah.
I will never make you do anything that you won't like.
Why do I kind of feel like he's lying? The Black Phone's screenwriter, C. Robert Cargill, confirmed it in an article in the Los Angeles Times. The same approach was taken with another supernatural serial crime character, Freddy Krueger. Freddy actually was supposed to be a molester in the early version of the script for the first movie, but they dropped that part around 1982 or 1983 when some high-profile cases involving a daycare started making news cycles, and producers didn't want to make it look like they were exploiting that. Leaving it ambiguous kind of added to the horror for a lot of people, so Cargill followed with a similar approach for his perverted prestidigitator. This wouldn't be the only cue that the grabber would take from the Springwood slasher. Many have theorized that the grabber himself was a victim of childhood abuse, and I think the evidence for this lies mostly within the Naughty Boy game. The dynamic between him and his prisoners mirrors the dynamic between an abusive parent and a child. The authority figure sets an impossible rule for the child who can only fail, and the punishment is framed as something that the child brought upon themselves. There often is a cyclical nature to abuse, especially childhood abuse. When abuse becomes a behavior modeled at a young age, it often repeats across generations, not necessarily because the victims want to become abusers, but rather because it might be the only emotional pattern they know. The Naughty Boy game doesn't feel like something the grabber just made up. The strict rules, the killer's emotional connection to it, and the need for it to play out a certain way all make it feel like he's reenacting an experience from his childhood. We know that he lived in the same house growing up, so it seems logical that the grabber also spent chunks of time in the basement as a child. There's even an old toilet down there, but not in a bathroom. It's more like a toilet that you'd see in a prison cell. His choice of tools to beat the boys with is also interesting. A belt along with a slipper, which have historically been seen as a tool of choice of parents to punish their disobedient children. They're also the same instruments that I use to punish people who don't subscribe. As we saw with the Bateman brothers in American Psycho, different people deal with trauma in different ways. When we see the grabber's brother, Max, it's obvious that he has an addiction problem, which could be his way of dealing with their childhood trauma, by numbing the memories with a substance. I also personally find his obsession with finding the missing boys telling. It's as if he's trying to save these boys in a way that he and his brother weren't. He's a pretty good amateur detective, but he's also the definition of smart but dumb, pinpointing the approximate location of the kidnapper without realizing that the victims are literally right beneath his nose. And I think that's my one issue with this theory. If the grabber and Max's father was the inventor of the game, then you'd think that Max would have discovered what was going on in the basement sooner. Maybe it's one of those situations where his PTSD didn't allow him to see the obvious truth. Kind of like when people blame themselves for something out of their control. As I mentioned earlier, the amount of time that the boys spend in the basement comes down to how soon they engage with the game. Griffin, who is a quiet, well-behaved boy, ended up spending the longest time down there, almost 2 years. But Vance, who was likely in the basement for around a year, and Bruce, who was only down there for around 4 months, were stronger characters who, we can infer, tried to escape sooner. Robin was a fighter by nature, and he was only in the basement for a couple of weeks. It was only a few weeks after Robin was grabbed that the grabber sets his sights on another boy named Finney Blake. Unbeknownst to the grabber, Finney was the son of Hope Adler, the camp counselor who he had worked with and killed 3 years earlier. One Friday in November 1978, the grabber kidnapped Finney as he walked home alone from school by dropping some groceries on the ground in front of him.
Well, isn't that just peachy keen?
His high-pitched voice and bumbling, clumsy appearance helps to disarm him, but the boy is still cautious, and during the scuffle, Finney fights back and manages to cut the grabber's arm with his toy rocket. But Finney is knocked out by the spray, and the grabber returns home, this time conversing with Finney from behind his mask, which, just like the Naughty Boy game, is important in understanding his psyche. The mask is split into two pieces, so he can swap out the lower half, each one displaying a different mouth, a smile, a frown, or no mouth at all. When he wears the smiling piece, he's trying to portray himself as the good guy and appear disarming. With the frown, he positions himself as the strict authority figure, waiting to punish the boys who he deems as naughty. And when he uses the blank mouth piece, it's a removal of expression, almost like erasing any trace of humanity or emotion. The grabber dissociates from his acts of violence by using the mask to represent his false self, the persona that can enact cruelty while the buried real self remains innocent. By wearing the mask, he can tell himself that it was someone else who killed the boys.
You're the one who killed the others.
The false self, you say?
Robin.
That wasn't me. That was someone else.
The grabber is initially
persona,
angry with Finney
you
for cutting his arm,
say?
but then he tries to reassure the boy that he's not going to hurt him and nothing bad is going to happen, even offering him a soda. But the grabber leaves when he thinks that he hears a phone ringing. It's his younger brother Max, who tells him that he's jobless and looking for a place to stay. Unable to refuse, the grabber's ability to compartmentalize his emotions would be tested like never before. Max arrives Saturday afternoon, oblivious to what's happening beneath his feet. But on Sunday, the grabber manages to slip downstairs again and watches Finney sleep. This time, he's only wearing the bottom part of the mask. It's the first time that he lets his real eyes remain uncovered, giving the moment an intimate and voyeuristic quality. But more importantly, it kinda reminds me of my old profile picture on Twitter. And yes, I am still this edgy, okay? I've just gotten more subtle about it. He tells Finney that he can't bring any food down to him, worried that his brother would notice, but he wanted to come see him.
I just wanted to look at you.
Alright, buddy. Whatever you say. Later that night, Finney hears the disconnected phone in the basement ring, and when he answers it, he speaks to the ghost of Bruce, which can only mean that Finney and his sister Gwen both possess the same supernatural abilities that their mother had. Finney has the ability to connect to the dead through the black phone, while his sister Gwen experiences dreams of past horrors.
Gwen, your dreams, are you saying they tell you the future?
Sometimes. Other times, it's the dead showing me things from the past.
The powers the siblings exhibit are not unlike The Shine, seen in Stephen King's universe of novels, most notably Danny Torrance and Dick Halloran from The Shining, but also Beverly Marsh in It, and Carrie White in Carrie, just to name a few. The Shine is a psychic and clairvoyant ability mostly seen in children, especially those who are the victims of fear, trauma, and childhood abuse. There's something kind of fitting about the use of it here. Characters usually develop the ability to shine because of their parents, but Joe Hill has inherited the right to use the Shine as a literary device because his father is Stephen King. But horror has a long tradition of giving supernatural gifts to children who have survived trauma. Such abilities are metaphors for what real children learn when they grow up in dangerous homes. Kids who constantly live in fear are forced to become experts in reading things like tone, mood, footsteps, and silence, the things adults pretend aren't there. Horror takes that real-world hypervigilance and translates it into something supernatural. Speaking of Stephen King parallels, I couldn't help notice how the image of Gwen in her yellow raincoat feels very much like a reference to Georgie in Stephen King's It. These shine-like gifts that Gwen and Finney inherited from their mother may have actually come about thanks to their proximity to their abusive alcoholic father. He enforces silence as a house rule, punishing them in awful ways if they disobey, claiming they made him do it. The abilities they share with their mother terrify him, so he denies their existence altogether. But CZ, why are you talking about the kid's supernatural abilities in a video about the grabber? Because, annoying commenter, I've come to realize that there are unmistakable parallels between their father's behavior and the game that the grabber forces his victims to play. Both of them have unwinnable rules, both of them use a belt to punish their victims, and both of them use insane logic to try to justify their actions. I remember watching The Black Phone for the first time and wondering if Finney was really in a worse situation with the grabber than he was at home. There's also an interesting motif of lost identity.
Why not?
It's the first thing you lose.
First thing you lose when?
You know when.
We never learn the grabber's true identity, as he hides between camp names, costumes, and masks, but there's also the identities of the victims to consider. Griffin's ghost tells Finney that no one really knew him when he was alive, but once he went missing, suddenly everyone did. And when Bruce explains how he lost memory of his name shortly after death, my brain immediately went to Coraline, where the same thing happens to the ghost children who are also kidnapped by an evil, dehumanizing villain.
Who are you? Don't remember our names, But I remember my true mommy.
CZ's World's Try Not to Bring Up Coraline challenge failed. But as I started to think more about the reason for this trope, I realized that it's a reflection of real victims of kidnapping or murder and how they're often dehumanized, becoming little more than a photo on a missing poster or in the news. Think about it. You probably knew who John Wayne Gacy was prior to watching this video, but can you name a single one of his victims? In these cases, the victims are usually forgotten and are overshadowed by the killer.
John Wayne Gacy victims? Let me think. Can I name a John Wayne Gacy victim? Timothy Jack McCoy. Francis Wayne Alexander. I watched a documentary on John Wayne Gacy. I'm trying to remember names. I don't know their ages. I know most of them were underage though. John Prestige. Yeah. The last victim was Robert Piest. Piest? P-I-E-S-T. I know that's how you spell it. That was the last victim that caused Gacy to get arrested. I know a few. I can't name them all. I know there are 5 that we don't know the names of, though.
Their real identities begin to disintegrate, and they simply become victim, or the missing boy. I think this theme of lost identity extends to the grabber himself. We never learn his real name, which could be tied to the idea that killers are often immortalized through nicknames rather than their real names. Jack the Ripper, Son of Sam, the Night Stalker, the Boston Strangler, the Scranton Strangler, Pull Boy. They're all examples where the nickname outgrew the person's actual identity and sort of took on a life of their own. Even the grabber's camp nickname, Wild Bill, refers to someone whose nickname is the stuff of legend, while his real name, James Butler Hickok, has become more of a trivia item. But there is one more interesting twist to Finney's dynamic with the grabber, which is that Finney isn't the only one with a little shine to him.
Okay.
Communicating through the black phone, Bruce informs Finney that he's not the only one who can hear the phone's ring. The grabber can hear it too, but just like Finney and Gwen's father, he refuses to believe anything supernatural is going on.
I picked it up without thinking. To see if anyone was there.
What's there?
And while I'm not treating the original short story as canon, given how much the film changes, it's worth noting that Joe Hill's version of the grabber confirms the same thing. In the story, when the phone rings, the grabber mutters, "Oh that's just the phone in the kitchen." Of course it's just the phone and okay. His ability to hear the phone adds weight to the theory that the grabber was abused as a child as well. Psychic sensitivity is strongly linked to childhood trauma. On Monday, the grabber cooks Finney scrambled eggs and takes them and a soda down to the basement, which is really just an excuse to set his first trap. He purposefully leaves the basement door unlocked and sits at the top of the stairs, waiting for his prisoners to try to escape. But, thanks to a timely phone call from Billy Showalter, Finney sees through the ruse. If I were in Finney's shoes, I probably would have died right here, because I never pick up the phone for unknown numbers if I'm not expecting food to be delivered. Later, when he returns home, the grabber takes Finney some food and decides to test the boy again. Terrified that Max would discover Finney in the basement, he doesn't sleep at night and becomes more frustrated that Finney isn't playing along with his game.
Everything's different. Nothing's going right.
So he tries a different test, asking the boy to tell him his name, a question he already knew the answer to from a newspaper article about his disappearance. When Finney lies, the grabber feigns anger and storms out of the basement, leaving the door unlocked again and sits at the top of the stairs, waiting for the boy to try to escape, where he falls asleep. This allows Finney to make his first escape attempt, armed with a bike code that Griffin had carved into the wall before he died. He wakes up to the sound of his dog barking, already wearing the frowny face attached to his mask, which is kind of hilarious, and he quickly realizes that something isn't right and finds Finney running down the street shouting for help. He drags Finney into the bushes, pressing a knife to his throat as neighbors investigate the noise. Once they return inside, he knocks Finney unconscious and carries him back to the basement. Finney's failed attempt to escape means the rules of the game are finally playing out as the grabber planned, and he can move on to the next stage. But little did he know, over the last few days, Finney had received calls from all 5 of the previous victims held in the basement, and each shared details of their attempted escapes, giving Finney all of the information to set up a trap of his own. At the same time, Finney's sister, Gwen, discovers the location of the house through her psychic dreams, and Max realizes his brother's house is located right in the center of the abductions and heads down to the basement to investigate. While all of that was going on, the grabber prepared for the next stage of the game and heads out to Floro's hardware supply store, where he buys plastic sheets, hydrated lime, shovels, and a pickaxe. All of these events come to a head when Max finds Finney, and the grabber returns home to a panic at his crimes being discovered and kills his own brother by hitting him in the head with an axe, before turning his anger on Finney.
Look what you made me do.
Which is usually what people say when I scare them or make them laugh while they're drinking a beverage. But it's also the same logic that Finney's father uses to beat his children. Another example of him shifting the blame, framing it as a consequence of Finney's behavior. Just like in the Naughty Boy game, he refuses to see himself as the villain. It's another example where the grabber's behavior is likely evidence that he was abused as a child. Abusers will often blame their victims as justification for their actions. In The Shining, Jack blames his family for holding back his writing career, and in It, Beverly is blamed for whoring herself out to the boys. When Finney and Gwen's father beats Gwen, it's a result of the police visiting him at his place of work to talk about Gwen. He frames this as justification for his actions, placing the blame on his daughter, another parallel between the grabber's abuse and the abuse dished out by their father. Despite the structured and strict rules of his game, it's also implied that the grabber enjoys causing pain and suffering.
I want this to really hurt.
He calls his dog, Samson, down into the basement and chains him up near the door. It's likely that the dog will be involved in the pain, but we don't get to find out. This is the first time we see the grabber with no mouthpiece attached to his mask. Following the theory that the mouthpieces represent a performed emotional state, the absence of a mouthpiece implies an emotional loss of control. As police swarm the wrong house across the street, the grabber attacks Finney with the axe, but misses and falls into his trap, breaking his ankle. Finney grabs his abductor's mask. How does it feel, grabber? And the horned kidnapper desperately tries to cover his face. This is not just a Michael Myers callback, though. The mask wasn't about hiding his face from his victims, it also allowed him to hide from himself. He uses it as a coping mechanism, allowing himself to dissociate, splitting himself into 2 people, his true identity and the grabber. So when Finney rips the mask away, he isn't just revealing the grabber's face, he's exposing the part of himself that the killer cannot bear to confront. But there was one person who was ready to confront the true side of the grabber.
Nice, Finney. I always love that scene. That scene is so great.
Using the black phone weighted with sand, Finney repeatedly attacks the grabber before wrapping its cord around his neck and strangling his captor. As he slowly dies, the grabber hears the phone ring one last time, and he hears the voices of each of the 5 boys he killed in the basement.
It's for you.
Welcome to the nightmare end of your pathetic little life.
With one final snap of his neck, Finney ends it before leaving the house and reuniting with his sister, Gwen. When their father arrives later at the police scene outside the grabber's house, he breaks down in front of his children, apologizing and begging them to forgive him, almost as if he's subconsciously aware of the link between his treatment of his kids and the grabber. Throughout the film, Finney is called, well, Finney. But by the end of the film, he chooses to be called Finn. He's grown up through his experiences, discovering who he really is, and takes control of his identity, a significant choice in a story where names and identity are so significant. It's a stark contrast to the grabber, who hid his true identity behind the devil mask persona and never really gives mention of who he really is. And yes, I do realize that the nameless thing is not unique to this Derrickson Cargill story. I mean, Sinister has a main character who we only ever know as Deputy So-and-so. But I think the choice to make lost identity so significant here fits this story really well. The human grabber may have been killed, but like the ghosts of his victims, his soul still remained over the next 4 years, and we know a little bit about what happened to it during that time. First, the grabber went to hell.
Hell is not flames, Finney. It's ice.
I am writing this script while visiting Chicago in November, and I have to agree. In hell, Grabby was tortured by being forced to face his biggest fear, coming face to face with his worst crimes.
Hell is different than you think. They take the best parts of you, the human parts, and leave only the worst bits, only the sins. I am a bottomless pit of sin.
Over time, he grows weak, and also like the ghosts of his victims, forgets who he is. His soul returns to Alpine Lake Camp, where 3 of his victims' souls remain. He draws power from their restless spirits, regaining strength and eventually remembering who he is. Once he was back to full power, he set his sights on Finney, wanting to get revenge for what he had done to him. Killing the grabber also sees the kids' lives improve. Their dad sobers up and stops hitting them, which you could look at as the dad realizing how close he was to losing his son and finally getting his act together, but given the parallels between the father's abuse and the grabber, it feels like more than just a coincidence. The grabber could be seen as the exaggerated, monstrous version of everything that the father was, and the basement a nightmare version of Finn and Gwenny's reality. So the father's newfound sobriety feels more like a metaphor representing the broken cycle of abuse. But in 1982, 4 years after his abduction, Finn and his sister Gwen haven't stopped experiencing supernatural phenomena. Finn, perhaps haunted by his post-traumatic stress, rejects the calls, like me when I don't have food being delivered. Meanwhile, Gwen has dreams about the deaths of the grabber's 3 camp victims from the 70s, leading her to discover the existence of Alpine Lake Camp. Gwen and a reluctant Finn apply to be counselors in training so they can investigate, only for a blizzard to cancel the camp session and trap them there beside the lake. It's not confirmed, but it kinda makes me wonder if the grabber somehow caused this snowstorm from beyond, to trap Finn for a second time now. I know the grabber's reinvention as a child predator killer who hunts victims in their dreams has Freddy Krueger written all over it, but there's also a hint of his rival, Jason Voorhees here. That being that he's hunting counselors in an empty camp with no campers. Except for in Jason Lives, the one where there actually are campers. I know all media is derivative of the influences and experiences of the author, but I liked it better when the grabber was just the new age reimagining of Gacy, because he was much more grounded than the first Gacy reimagining, Pennywise, thanks to Pennywise being more of a cosmic horror entity. Maybe it's just me, but turning him into Freddy with a touch of Jason just feels more like territory that's already been covered. The grabber tries getting in contact with Finn on a broken payphone located on the camp's grounds. Horrified to hear his captor's voice, Finn hangs up on him faster than me when I realize the scammer on the phone is not my food delivery driver. But the grabber calls Finn again, continuing to torment him. The following night, Finn snaps and proclaims that he's not afraid of him anymore.
Why should you be? You killed me. You won.
This makes his motive pretty clear this time around. He takes pleasure in revenge.
I want to hurt you in ways that you can't even imagine.
And if we read between the lines, we can find a little more info on what the grabber's life was like.
You made me kill my brother, the person on earth that I loved the most, and then you killed me!
It tells me he didn't really have anyone else in life, which may be part of what turned him into a killer. Empathy is usually something you learn through relationships, and not having any empathy is the first step into psychopathy. The grabber claims Finn took the person he loves, so he's going to do the same to him. In life, the grabber hid his violence behind rules and games in order to distance himself from his own sadism. But with the human part of him stripped away in hell, the grabber who remains just wants to cause pain and suffering. And he does so by entering Gwen's dream and attacking her, which causes her to experience the same pain in the real world. When Finn arrives and calls out to her, the grabber retreats. Killing Gwen now would only end things too soon. He wants to draw out their terror, just like he did in the basement, hoping to make Finn and his sister suffer as much pain as possible. Gwen's attack was witnessed by the entire camp staff other than Mondo, the camp chef who worked alongside the grabber in 1957, and while reviewing old camp photos, the staff and counselors in training realized who the killer was 3 decades earlier. But shortly after, the grabber speaks to Mondo through the radio.
My name's not Bill.
Wild Bill. Grabber. Evil is evil.
As I've discussed, names matter in the Black Phone. They shape identity, protect it, and sometimes erase it. For the grabber, a nickname is just another mask to hide behind. Which is why Mondo's comment angers him. It cuts through the illusion that the grabber tried to create. The grabber is unable to intervene the next day while the kids and the camp staff are awake, searching for the missing boys in the frozen lake. But later that night, as Finn and a friend, Ernesto, take shifts watching Gwen sleep, he's able to take action. He manipulates Gwen's dreams, showing her the truth about his involvement in her mother's death. After chasing her through the dream, they end up on the frozen lake beside the payphone, where he issues a warning. If they try to take his power, he will defend himself. He ends up strangling her with the phone cord, but she hears the voice of her brother through the phone who tells her to fight back. With a blast of energy, she smashes the phone booth, sending him flying. She tells him that in her dreams, she too has power, before knocking him out. And yes, it's very Nightmare on Elm Street 3 Dream Warriors. After another day spent searching for the missing bodies, night falls, and Gwen falls asleep on the lake. Once more, the grabber invades her dream, skating towards the group and attacking a member of the staff with an axe. The limits of his power are a little tenuous, but basically he's able to use Gwen's dream to make an impact in the physical world. The rules could and should probably be more clearly defined. As the grabber is distracted, Gwen dives into the lake and begins recovering the oil drums hiding the missing boys. But as she does so, the grabber attacks Finn, choking him with his belt in a scene very reminiscent of when Finn killed him 4 years prior. But this does give Finn the realization. If the grabber can affect him, then he can also affect the grabber, and pushes him off. Again, the rules here are not the most logical. Like, if the ghosts can have that big of an impact in the real world, then why didn't the ghosts of the boys in the basement just kill the grabber themselves? Maybe it's the supernatural abilities of Finn and Gwen that allow more interaction between the realms of the dead and the living. The more I think about the Black Phone 2, the more it falls apart. The grabber turns his attention on Gwen in the dream, but as he skates towards her, the ghosts of the boys use their now recovered skeletons to grab at his feet, pulling him down to the ground. The grabber, now literally on his knees, looks up to see the ghosts of his victims, and is hit in the head with an axe by Gwen. She pulls his mask off, mirroring what Finn did 4 years earlier, only this time the mask is melded to his face and it pulls his skin away with it, continuing the mask metaphor by showing us that the human side of him underneath his persona is truly gone. With the missing victims found, the grabber loses his power, and his attempts to free himself from the skeleton's clutches draws the attention of Finn. He works out the grabber's location, and once again, the grabber becomes the grabbed, and Finn smashes his face repeatedly into the ice.
Hell is in flames, Bill. It's ice.
And this is the first time Finn actually uses the name Bill. He started off believing that saying the grabber's name would cause him to come and take you, but now saying his name is a part of his final act of destroying him. Finn slides him across to a hole in the ice and clings to his mask before plunging into the icy water, dragged to the bottom by the souls of his victims before he finally freezes into a block of ice. This ending for the grabber doesn't feel all that conclusive. He could always thaw out and take over the dreams of someone else, I guess, but a part of me thinks that this is the ending of The Man with the Hands. Way back in the intro, I mentioned that The Black Phone almost acts as a companion film to Scott Derrickson's other horror duology, Sinister, but it goes deeper than a common director and some cast members. In both films, you have a protagonist haunted by a boogeyman that they slowly learn more about throughout the story. In Sinister, Ellison discovers a box of Super 8 films hidden in his attic, each reel documenting one of Bagul's past murders. And in The Black Phone, Finney receives phone calls from the dead that fill in the backstory of his antagonist in a similar way. Their sequels are both structured in the exact same way, too. Both take a character from the first film and make them a main protagonist. They each uncover more victims that date back to before the events of the first movie, learning more about their enemy while also trying to navigate a new threat in the present. And while Bagul is a supernatural boogeyman and the grabber is a human one, both exist in worlds shaped by supernatural powers. What makes Sinister and The Black Phone so effective is that their antagonists remain mysterious. Neither franchise makes the mistake of over-explaining their monsters. Scott Derrickson has wisely left that up to the fans and the horror history guy on YouTube. There's also a stylistic thread that connects both films. The dream sequences that Gwen experiences in The Black Phone look and sound strikingly similar to the grainy, flickering Super 8 films in Sinister. The grainy retro visuals feel like they echo the eras of the stories that they were taken from. After the success of Sinister, you can see why director Scott Derrickson teamed up again with writer C. Robert Cargill and brought back Ethan Hawke and James Ransone. Sinister was an extremely successful series, but it's now been a decade without a sequel. It seems like Scott Derrickson and Robert Cargill may just like the formula of telling a story in two parts. But time will tell if the grabber is taken off the ice, or if the duo will return to do it all over again with a new story and a new villain to grab the spotlight. And that takes me to what I think is the strongest trait that the two film series share: their central antagonists. Every culture has its boogeyman, a story told to keep children close and on their best behavior. Some boogeymen are a reflection of local folklore or cultural fears, but the scariest boogeymen aren't the supernatural or the ancient ones carved into folklore. They're the ones living next door, and the ones who hide in plain sight. And when you strip away the theatrics, all that remains is the truth. Some people are only the evil that they leave behind. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to grab a bite. But if you enjoyed this analysis, then you'll love my episode on Bagul from Sinister. Just grab the link to that video on the left. Also, if you're interested in pop punk and metal band history, grab that link in the description to my other channel, Pumpkin Metal. But first, make sure you subscribe to CZ's World for new horrors every week, ring the death bell for all notifications, and I will grab you in the next one. See you in the next one. Assuming we both survive.
Oh no.
One Halloween night in 2013, a babysitter and the kids she's watching return home from trick-or-treating and discover a mysterious VHS tape mixed in with their Halloween candy. The VHS tape contains 3 different short films with one common element.
I mean, they'd probably be okay.
Let's break down Yang's gauntlets. In Ruby, Yang's gauntlets are armed bracelets that turn to shotguns. Here's how I'd fight with them. Scenario 1, I'm bloodlusted. That means I'm shooting right away. I would find within mid-range to use my shots, and in the event that I do get rushed by my opponent, I have my gauntlets used as a shield while launching my shot to the torso or head. Now, scenario 2. I'm like Batman, and I have a no-kill rule. Well, I'm definitely then not going to just shoot my opponent. I'll engage more with striking technique, like boxing. These gauntlets, they do act as great shields I can use for hand-to-hand, and they're heavy enough where obviously I'll have good punching power, but I can even use my wrists for striking in certain angles. But the con with this strategy is that these gauntlets are heavy. If I keep punching for a long period of time, my arms will get fatigued and I'm gonna have to shoot them anyway. Let's break down Yang's gauntlets.
Okay, listen, if you have shotgun gauntlets, you don't have a no-kill rule. Ooh, let's watch a Tuzzy.
This streamer was just arrested live after pulling out a fake firearm in front of the Big Ben. And what
But yeah, no, am I wrong, Reaper? If you have shotgun gauntlets, you don't have a no-kill rule.
Probably meant to just be like some sort of like stupid joke between friends turned into a situation involving a platform ban, armed police, and a series of arrests that for some reason none of them expected. Like, hello, buddy. You're in England, the same country that arrests you for Instagram comments.
That's
when
true.
I lived there, I couldn't buy a butter knife without ID. So if you're filming yourself holding what looks to be a firearm in front of one of the most famous landmarks in the world, why do you have a surprised Pikachu face when you get arrested for it? Either way, meet Crymo, an IRL streamer who's built his audience through chaotic public interactions, prank calls, and generally doing whatever comes to mind while broadcasting it live. And clearly, that doesn't always go the best way for him. But as far as we can tell, that approach has, I guess, been working for him, at least for attention. He's grown his following pretty steadily and even scored an interview with BBC Radio 1 back in November of 2025. And here he talked about his streaming journey. And I'm only mentioning that because in the same interview, he talked about monetizing his content. And despite having a whole bunch of followers, he was questioning when the revenue was actually supposed to come, which again, shows how non-lucrative making content like this really is. Like, I would say a lot of creators make a lot less money than what you would actually expect, especially the guys who harass people with IRL streams and edgy pranks, because often they don't even get monetized and heavily rely on donations. And this just makes the incident that we're about to discuss even more ironic, since, you know, the decision he made on January 3rd did nothing to help any of that. So, what happened? Well, on Saturday night, just after 10:30 p.m., Crymo was live streaming in Westminster Bridge in London with about 10 other people. And if you're not familiar with the area, it's directly outside of the Parliament, with Big Ben visible right there in the background. The location is about as high profile as it gets in London, constantly monitored by security cameras and patrolled by officers around the clock, both in uniform and undercover. So Crymo and his group were positioned in the central area with traffic flowing past them on both sides. And at some point during the stream, they decided to do this, because while trying to mimic the style of quote-unquote an Atlanta JIT, Crymo pulled out what looked to be a black firearm and started pointing it towards the camera.
Hellcat, the first cocaine in the UK.
Hey man, RP Granny man.
Hey man, say man, UK man.
Say man, on mama we live, man. On mama we live, bro. I got a black man to you, and I'm gonna hit you.
Yeah, man.
What a fascinating use of free will. How are you doing this in public with a straight face without realizing what's going to happen? Either way, the thing that looked like a firearm turned out to be a toy, and then that thing was just passed around all the different guys in the group, with everyone continuing to wave it in plain view of passing cars and bystanders, and at one point even having Crimo pretend to do a 360 no-scope.
Get up here, get up here. No, quick scope. I'm not quick scope. Show what you do with that. Hey, show them. 360 no scope, 360 no scope. Ah, he's gone.
Yeah, this might be the least self-aware group of guys ever. And that might have also been the least athletic jump I've seen in a while. It's like bro forgot to dial up his sensitivity because that was nowhere near 360. He cannot join phase with that. Not like anyone could anyway right now. But obviously, many concerned citizens immediately called the police to report what they were seeing. And, you know, since it's outside of the parliament, within minutes of those calls coming in, several Metropolitan Police vehicles showed up to the scene. And the stream was obviously still running. So we got to watch in real time as officers surrounded the group and shut everything down.
Oh, hey, we're done. Oh, this game over. Oh, my day, we're done. If you touch the
My bad. Shouldn't have shown a firearm in public in front of the parliament. Who would have thought that was a bad idea? But at one point during the arrest, an officer explained and spotted
Showing
on
a
CCTV
gun
what
in a
looked
country
like
that doesn't
to be a
allow
firearm.
guns?
And obviously we can tell from the
Is a bad idea? Man, who would have guessed?
Everyone was pretty shocked at how quickly that situation escalated.
Someone here got a gun. Has someone here got a gun? Look about
While I'm doing this.
But I mean, again, they should have seen this coming. And ironically, they didn't even need the CCTV. The live streamers already were there documenting themselves doing all this. But either way, the Metropolitan Police later released a statement confirming what happened. They received reports at 10:30 p.m. about the streamers near Westminster Bridge. Officers responded immediately and 11 men were arrested on suspicion of possessing an imitation firearm in public. The toy gun was then confiscated at the scene and everyone involved was eventually released on bail while the investigation continued. Right. I mean, IRL streamers are starting off 2026 strong, I see. Here's the thing about Westminster Bridge that makes the whole situation even more serious. Because obviously it's where the government operates and there's been multiple tragedies there before. Back in March of 2017, Westminster Bridge was the site of a major attack that ended 4 people's lives and injured another 50 people. Keith Palmer, who was an unarmed police officer, confronted the attacker and prevented him from going inside of the House of Parliament, but was fatally hurt during the incident. Keith received the George Medal posthumously for his actions that day, and what happened fundamentally changed how security operates in that area. So when we're talking about why police responded the way they did to reports of someone with a firearm near Westminster Bridge in 2026, that context matters a lot. So now, in the UK, carrying a realistic imitation firearm in public is actually a criminal offense and can land you in prison for 12 months. Imagine 360 no-scoping yourself into 1 year of prison. GG. Like, what a massive skill issue. I'm starting to realize that life is just one big IQ test because 99.99999% of people are smart enough to not flaunt a fake firearm in front of a government building, but then you have these guys. I mean, the law exists for some pretty obvious reasons. Fake guns that look real can cause mass panic, force police to respond to situations when they have to assume the weapon is real until proven otherwise. So that creates some dangerous moments for both the officers and the people who are dumb enough to wave around the fake firearm. Because unfortunately, police just can't assume that it's fake. They don't have the luxury of assuming, oh, yeah, what they're doing is just for content. However, as of right now, Crimo and the 10 others arrested, they've been released under investigation while they continue investigating, which means the legal aspect of this isn't over yet. So we'll kind of have to wait and see what ultimately happens with the charges. After being released on bail, though, Crimo did upload footage on YouTube on Monday, January 5th, and then on Thursday, January 8th, where he posted a follow-up video addressing the situation, claiming that all of his bank assets have been frozen now. And honestly, I don't know if he's joking or not. It seems like they can freeze your assets in the UK, but I have no clue if they would actually do it in a situation like this. Either way, though, that was certainly a way to describe what happened.
The police have froze all my assets. My bank account is frozen. I am getting done like Andrew Tate. I'm getting done like Fredo. This is not right. What they have done to me is not good. All the millions I have in the bank, has been frozen. All from a little joke. I understand I was in the wrong, but the police have taken advantage of me. So right now I'm on bail, yeah? I have conditions. My conditions are, I cannot speak to any of the man them. I can't be with more than 2 people in public. I cannot be in the city of Westminster. And I understand it's because of my actions. Chat, I apologize for my behavior. You know what it is? It's like there's jokes and it's going too far. I got carried away. You can get carried away with social media. So listen, kids, I do not advise doing these things.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, the legal situation isn't his only problem, because Twitch also decided to ban him for 30 days after the incident, which means he can't stream on the platform for a full month. And from what I can tell, that's his only source of income. But apparently he's traveled to Dubai pretty much right after being released on bail and dealing with the Twitch ban, which just really leads me to the question, why do influencers always commit crimes in the UK and then immediately flee to Dubai? Like, in before he pulls an HS tiki-taki and just stays there for years. But either way, a new year has arrived and it seems like nothing has changed when it comes to IRL streamers doing stupid things around the world. So feel free to subscribe if you're new here, because clearly we have a lot of content coming this year. So drop a like if you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Okay, let's see.
Okay, Richardson, the holidays are done.
We thought so too, but then Verizon just gave us their best deal.
I'm the Yang. Let's fight. Justice will be swift! Justice will be painful! It will be delicious! Up with there! Hey, Yang, turkey!
This. Oh man. I forgot how unserious the first season was. Too bad it really... Some of the decisions in later seasons really, ruined it. Despite animation getting better. I'll still never forgive them for doing my boy's son dirty.
love these guys.
I'm the Yang. Let's fight.
You two go on ahead. This one's mine.
Man, really pulling from the first season. There's a second season. I can't remember if this fight was first or second. I can only hope that the Crow versus Winter fight is in here. As much as I don't fully like season 3, it had some of the greatest fight scenes in it.
Hey. Love the outfit, kid. I'll try not to get blood on it.
I can't promise you'll leave without a scratch.
I won't be the one bleeding. Oh, I like her.
3, 2, 1, begin!
He's good. Yeah, but where's the girl?
I take it back. I don't like her. Damn.
Watch out, she's in the trees.
And with that final blow, Yatsuhashi is eliminated.
What? can do this.
It's unfortunate you were promised a power that was never truly yours.
I'm the Yang! Let's fight!
Human! I knew it! You must have cheated! All of you! Get them! Get them! It's my royal birthday, and I can do whatever I like.
I also dislike the Yang and Blake relationship because a minority of the fandom who wanted them together, but they were just super loud.
We won't.
And up to that moment, Sun was the one who's being hinted at for Blake. Oh yeah, and just to point it out here, John's sister's relationship is great. Like, they actually complement each other a lot.
We'll break his legs!
Well, that's a fancy trick now, innit? Afraid it comes with a price, though, love.
I don't think you realize who I am.
Of course I do. You're the Grim Reaper. And these are the last 60 seconds of your life. It was a close call. I'll give you that. You know, the only reason my master wants you dead is because of your eyes. As soon as you ain't got 'em no more, you might be able to convince me to spare your life. Well, I respect that. A fighter to the end.
We'll break his legs!
Aura can't protect your arm. It's grim. You turned yourself into a monster just for power. Look who's talking. Had enough yet? Shut up! If you were stronger or more clever, then maybe you'd remember to watch your back.
We'll break his legs!
This is one that I actually disagree with, so I'm just gonna skip it.
You Atlas elites are all the same!
You think hoarding power means you'll have it forever, but it just makes the rest of us hungrier! And I refuse to starve.
What are you doing? My life doesn't matter.
I disagree.
The girls are having a pillow fight. What?
Queen?
Salem.
Who?
I think we've had enough talk now, don't you? You took the words right out. Don't come closer.
Fine!
You wish to be taken?
No, but I won't stand by and watch someone get hurt!
Ruby, what did I say? Get back!
This is my fight too!
No, it's not that. It's
The girls are having a pillow fight. What?
Your time is running out. You must choose. Choose for yourself one who could leave your burdens behind, or choose one who will be enough.
If this game isn't done downloading by the time this video is over, I'm going to I'm just gonna end stream.
I love you. Just the way you are.
This one. What happens if I choose me?
Then maybe that girl is enough.
You're you. How?
She knew what she needed to be all along.
How perfect!
The girls are having a pillow fight. What?
Really?
Please, don't make this difficult.
Don't make us have to get out of here by force.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're not actually going to slug this out, are we?
We're not doing anything. They decide what happens next. You think you're going to stop us? We're the best huntsmen in Atlas.
You were. Then you trained us.
Come on, Harriet! We're playing right into Salem's hands! You know we need to be working together!
Oh, don't give me that crap. I had you kids pegged right from the start.
If you come peacefully, we won't hurt you.
Speak for yourself. They betrayed us! You're betraying the people you've sworn to protect! It's not worth it, Blake. They're just following orders now.
I know you sneeze are used to getting what you want, but it's time to let this one go.
This is my home.
And I'm not giving it up without a fight.
Marrow, cut the crap, will you?
I'm trying to arrest her, not kill her, Hair. You're being excessive.
It's not excessive if it's necessary.
Time to wrap this up, Vine. They've had their chance. Don't be soft.
Are you telling me? Or yourself?
It's taken a very long time for this show to get to the good part.
Shut up.
I don't know if I fully agree with this one. I feel like they put this one so high because it was the revenge. But this fight always should have been the 1v1 against.
I wouldn't have to be doing this if you just behaved. But you're selfish. You're a coward!
You're delusional.
People hurt me long before we met. All sorts of people in all sorts of ways. But no one hurt me quite like you. You didn't leave scars. You just left me alone. So, tell me, Blake, how does it feel to be alone?
I'm not alone.
Yang! It's okay. Catch your breath for a second. I could hold him off.
She's right, Blake. It's okay. We have unfinished business.
Like, I don't think that this is nearly as impressive as any of the previous ones. I fully think that they're doing this because, hey, it's the revenge. It's a good fight.
His semblance is like yours. He absorbs energy through his sword, stores it up, and then sends it back when he's ready. He gets to dish out damage without having to feel it. That's just cheap. Leave us alone. This is your last chance.
Let's get to the real... Yeah. I like this one just because of all the gravity shenanigans going on.
You never appreciated my genius, James.
You just stood atop it and called yourself a giant.
I gave you everything you could have wanted.
You chose that fat imbecile over me. I suppose in this instance, my brains and your brawn are evenly matched.
You're smart, but you're not the only one who can count.
Oh, I know. That was a little too close for my liking, James. Where did they put them? What?
I will sacrifice whatever it takes to stop her.
Oh, I hope you do, James. I hope you do.
Also, yeah, because that ending.
Hang on. Oh, hold on. And done. What? You don't like it? You don't understand my vision!
Oh yeah, three-way fight.
Oh, don't stop on my account. Wasn't planning on it.
You have a score to settle.
Oh, I agree.
So let's say we put the kid to bed and then finish it.
Why couldn't you just do the right thing instead of the thing you were told? Sometimes the right decision is the hardest to make. I trust James with my life. I wanted to trust you.
Yeah. I said I was gonna give this until the end of this. Until the end of that video. But let's watch one more video.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Horror Mine. My name is Vic Shy, and this is the Scare Score, where I break down horror movies and rate them on how scary I think they are. In the first episode of 2026, I'll be going over the Indonesian horror film Sumala. I'll be going over the events that take place throughout the film while rating the scares on how scary they are or attempt to be. Sumala is based on an Indonesian urban legend, and I love covering films based on international urban legends. But how scary is it? Sit back and relax and join me as we explore Sumala and tally up the scare score. Our movie begins in 1976 in the Semarang Regency, a region in Java, with several kids playing with a ball made of leaves. The father of one of the kids, named Abdi, tells him to be home before sunset. After playing a while, all the kids but Abdi and Tris try to go home before dark. Tris kicks the ball into a cornfield and immediately lowers their chance of survival by 43%. It quickly turns into nightfall, and the kids are still looking for the ball. They suddenly hear the creepy voice of a woman calling out their names. A ghostly woman appears in front of them holding their ball and disappears into the field. I would have suggested building a new ball and getting out of there, but Tris decides to go after her. He quickly learns the consequences of bad decision making and gets his head bashed in by the spirit. This was a good scare scene that immediately let me know this film was not going to hold back in the gore department. Needless to say, I don't need this video getting demonetized, so there is going to be a lot of editing, and let's just say that Tris is 18 years old. Abdi tells his dad what happened, and the entire village goes looking for Tris. They find his bloodied body in a river, and his father cries over his dead body as if his name were Cedric Diggory. Abdi is blamed for the death, but he tells him that a girl was responsible. A strange man appears and says the girl responsible is named Sumala, the Devil's Child. He takes us back to where it all started 29 years ago as the title appears on screen. We are taken back to 1947 and introduced to a woman named Solastri and her rich husband, Sojiman. Sojiman's uncle is trying to get him to sell his land for the economic benefit of the village, but he refuses to sell. This conversation goes on a little too long and doesn't really have any major significance to the story. The biggest takeaway is that Sojiman needs a child so he can keep the claim to his land. Sojiman tells his wife that if she doesn't get pregnant within a year, he will find another wife. While crying outside, Solastri overhears some workers talking about an old lady who can make people pregnant named Grandma Tukina. She gets on a boat being rowed by a man named Yanto, and he takes her to Grandma Tukina, a shaman who practices black magic. To get pregnant, Solastri must undergo a ritual and make a deal with the devil. Grandma Tukina tells her she has the opportunity of being pregnant with twins. One will be a human child, but the other will be the devil's child. The deal is that Solastri and her husband must take good care of both children until they are both 10 years old. Once the children turn 10, the devil will come claim his child, and the couple can keep the other. However, if the couple do not raise the children properly, bad things will happen to the family, and every year will be worse than the last. Grandma Tukina performs a dark ritual which causes Solastri's body to twist and contort aggressively. Her belly briefly swells up before the ritual ends. Grandma Tukina then tells her she will be pregnant within 2 months. 2 months later, it is confirmed that she is pregnant with twins and that the ritual worked. However, Sojimon doesn't know anything about the dark ritual. They decide to name the twins Kumala and Sumala. He then tells his servant Sukir to announce the pregnancy to the village. A ceremony takes place to celebrate the news of the pregnancy. We get treated to a brief but nice scene featuring a wayang puppet show. Sometime later, Solastri is giving birth on a stormy night. While trying to push, she briefly sees the devil himself smiling at her deviously. One of the women helping her is named Aunt Sum and is the most wholesome character of this entire film. Solastri pushes out one of the twins that appears to be stillborn. Aunt Sum tells her nothing is wrong and she gives birth to the second twin, the devil's child, whose face appears to be deformed. Sojimon looks extremely shocked and disgusted by the deformed child and decides he's not going to deal with that for the next 18 years, or 10 in this case. He grabs a blade off the wall and makes the other twin an only child. The other baby begins to cry and he has Sukir announce the birth to the entire village. This scene is pretty shocking as it doesn't censor any of what's happening, which is also very tragic. Aside from the shock factor, this scene doesn't really offer any scares. 3 years later, we see the result of Sojimon's terrible actions as Kumala is disabled and non-verbal. The family is being punished for not holding up their end of the bargain with the devil. Some of his guests gossip about Sojimon and we learn that he had difficulty walking as a child. 2 years later, Kumala is still non-verbal and is even a little aggressive. She's got Sojimon thinking he should have given the same treatment to both twins. He orders Sukir to tie her with a rope and they lock her up in a shed. Solastri seems devastated by what's happening but knows that it's a result of her deal with the devil. In another time jump, Kumala is now 8 years old and nowhere to be found at home. She's made her way into the village and gets picked on by a group of young boys. They throw things at her while her parents watch from inside their car. Her father is embarrassed that Kumala showed herself in public and decides to punish her. Solastri and Aunt Sum are unable to stop him and he whips Kumala as punishment. Kumala no longer seems aggressive and seems like a very sweet girl, which makes this scene very sad. Aunt Sum really cares about Kumala and is the only one who treats her with love. She gives Kumala a doll for her birthday in a really wholesome scene. That night, while in bed, Kumala hears someone whispering her name. The closet door opens on its own and the ghost of her dead twin sister Sumala suddenly appears. Sumala reveals the truth to Kumala but says that she won't harm her twin sister. Sumala says sisters protect each other and that they're going to be best friends. Although it has a predictable jump scare, this was a decently creepy scene and I really liked the design of the undead twin sister. While Kumala is playing the piano, her father is trying to get some work and gets frustrated with her. He strikes her and tells her to stop making noise so late. Kumala is now possessed by Sumala's spirit and isn't going to take the abuse any longer. She marches into her father's office and her body contorts itself out of being disabled. She then jabs Sojimon's hand with his pen, and he doesn't take too kindly to being stabbed in the hand with a pen by his own daughter. He ties her up in a field and says it'll happen every day if she continues to defy him. During dinner, Sumala once again takes over Kumala's body. She gets on top of the table and starts peeing while smiling deviously. Sukir tries getting her off the table, but she jumps on him and starts beating on him. Solastri tries to stop her but sees Sumala's reflection in the mirror and realizes what's going on. Kumala lets go and grunts at her father before storming off. Solastri and Aunt Sum go looking for her and find her eating a bloody chicken outside. Aunt Sum asks her about her behavior the next day and she tells her that Sumala did it, not her. Solastri overhears the conversation and realizes that Sumala has come back. She tries going to speak to Grandma Tukina but learns that she died last month. Solastri then comes clean to Aunt Sum about her deal with the devil. Fearing for their safety, Sukir ties Sumala back up inside the shed on Sojimon's orders. Aunt Sum begs him not to, but he doesn't listen. In another touching scene between the two, Aunt Sum speaks to Kumala from outside the shed and says that she will always love her no matter what. Sometime later, Kumala is called out of her house by the group of boys from the market. They pretend to want to play with her but end up bullying her again. Aunt Sum comes to her rescue and chases the boys away. The most tragic part of this scene is that her parents were watching it happen and didn't step in to protect her. While her parents eat dinner, Kumala manages to break free from her binds and escapes the shed. She grabs a blade and goes on a revenge quest against the bullies who we're going to assume for the sake of YouTube are all over the age of 18. Her first victim is a boy named Sutri who is out getting water from the well late at night. She taunts him from behind the bushes, then suddenly appears holding the blade. She completely obliterates him in a pretty gnarly death scene. While the kill itself isn't scary, the way Sumala pops out from behind her sister is both scary and badass. Her next victims are two boys named Kario and Sukro, who happens to have an impressively large afro, although it's not enough to protect his head from being hit by a rock which kills him instantly. She then takes out Kario with the blade and we see the reflection of both twins in the water. A search ensues for the missing boys and the village chief urges people not to let their kids out past sunset. The rest of the kids are hiding out inside of a house and Kumala appears with a thirst for blood. They follow her outside, still laughing at her, not knowing they're about to find out that no bullying signs aren't just for decoration. She starts slicing them up, and this scene made me think of the Korean thriller film Bedeviled, which I highly recommend.
Oh, that's a good one.
It's scary, but it is disturbing, and I can't show any of it for obvious reasons. The next day, the dead bodies of all the boys are discovered, along with Kumala's doll next to them. Aunt Sum also finds one of the bodies inside of the well. An angry mob shows up at Sojiman's doorstep, blaming him for the deaths. He yells at them to go away, and they all seem scared of him for some reason. We see the extent of Sukir's loyalty because he was ready to pull out his blade and fight for his boss. Sojiman doesn't believe Kumala was responsible because she's been locked in the shed every night. They go look at the shed and find the hole she used to escape. Solastri tells him that Sumala was responsible and blames him for killing her. He then asks Kumala what happened, and she tells him the truth. She says Sumala wanted to kill everyone who was mean to her. He orders Sukir to shackle Kumala inside the shed while he goes looking for a way to get rid of Sumala. Kumala is shackled down to the bed in the shed by Sukir, and Aunt Sum goes in to comfort her. Tomorrow is Kumala's 10th birthday, and she asks Aunt Sum to leave the village for her safety. They share a heartfelt goodbye, and Aunt Sum leaves the village. Sukir brings Kumala some food, but instead of eating what he brought, she Hakuna Matata's a bug, which freaks him out. Sojiman visits a shaman named Mr. Kusno, who reveals to him the deal his wife made with the devil 10 years ago. He learns that by taking the devil child's life instead of raising it, he doomed himself and his family. Mr. Kusno's eyeballs turn completely white and nearly pop out of his head. He says that when Kumala turns 10 at midnight, Sumala will take full possession of her body. The only way to save Kumala is to get Sumala out of her body, or she will become the devil's child forever. He gives Sojiman a Chris dagger that can weaken Sumala and asks him to bring her body to perform a ritual. If he is unable to bring Kumala in time, he must stab her straight through the heart with the blade. Sukir is lured out of the house by Kumala, fake crying in front of the house. She crawls underneath his legs and easily takes him down using a double ankle pick. She starts choking him with the rope and takes his blade. He retreats into the house and she starts chopping down the door. He tries to take off running again and she tosses the blade straight through his chest. He begs for forgiveness and she finishes him off like he's a VIP guest at the Red Wedding. Solastri is woken up by the sound of Kumala playing the piano. Kumala is bloodied and holds up the machete. She looks at the mirror and we can see Sumala controlling her twin sister. As she retreats backwards, she backs into Sukir's dead body hanging by a rope. Sumala chases her into the bedroom and gives us a real "here's Johnny" moment. She throws a chair at the door which somehow knocks Sumala back, but not for long. Sumala bum rushes the door and makes her way inside. Solastri tries her best to defend herself, but it's useless. Sumala jumps on top of her and completely slices her up with a machete. She blames her mother for her death and allowing Kumala to be abused by her father. She asks to speak to Kumala and apologizes for not being a good mother. Kumala forgives her mom before Sumala takes back control. She chops off her mother's hand and kills her. Solastri's death is pretty brutal and intense. The gore is done well, and young actress Michaela Healy does a great job in portraying both Kumala's innocence and Sumala's sadistic brutality. Sojiman comes home and finds the carnage left behind by Sumala. He discovers his dead wife and finally admits fault for everything that's happened, though it's extremely hard to actually feel bad for him. He mourns his wife until the clock strikes midnight and both of his daughters appear in front of him. Kumala asks him for help before Sumala eerily turns to look at him. She then opens Kumala's mouth and fully takes possession of her, creating an even more monstrous version of them. She starts chasing him, and in typical horror movie fashion, he twists his ankle going down the stairs. She mockingly asks if he's becoming crippled again, as he had difficulty walking when he was young. He retreats into the village and alerts everyone about what happened. He says they must find Kumala, and the angry mob goes looking for her. He goes looking for her on his own, and she lures him into the fields. Aside from how creepy Sumala looks, nothing from here on out is actually scary or that intense, because Sojiman absolutely deserves everything that's going to happen to him. Sumala appears directly in front of him before jumping on his back and trying to stab him. He manages to knock her out and finds himself unable to finish her off like he did 10 years ago. He puts her in a bag and apologizes to Kumala for how much he wronged her. He wants to take her to Mr. Kusno to heal her, but it's too late. Sumala wakes up and starts calling him out for being a hypocrite and terrible father. He treated Kumala the same way his parents treated him for being a crippled child, and possibly worse. Sumala suddenly disappears from inside the bag and stabs him in the leg from behind. They fight in an open clearing, and Sojiman stabs Sumala in the heart with the kris, seemingly killing her. Sumala sits up and reveals that when she took possession of Kumala, her heart shifted to the right side of her chest. Sojiman is finally fed his just desserts and receives a brutal death at the hands of the daughter he killed. His dead body is discovered the next day on a cross in the field. Sumala even took out Mr. Kusno for the offense of aiding and abetting. Sometime later, Sojiman and Solastri are buried as Aunt Sum cries over their graves. The elder from the beginning of the film says Sumala was never found. He urges the villagers to never go out at night or they will be hunted down and killed by Sumala. The villagers put out offerings for Sumala in hopes of calming her spirit. It is said that some people in Semarang still believes that Sumala lives in the forest. For this reason, children are warned never to go out after sunset. In the film's final scene, Sutrisno's father says he refused to put out offerings because he believes his son was pushed off a cliff, not killed by Sumala. He walks out of his house and finds Sumala feeding on somebody's body, and she smiles at him as the movie ends. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Sumala. My friends, this was a solid horror film with a very tragic story mixed with plenty of gore. The film hits the ground running and wastes no time letting us know how brutal and sad of a film it's going to be. Most of the blood and gore is CGI and doesn't look totally believable, but it was phase. I hope you all enjoyed the video. Thank you all for tuning in.
Yeah,
and
that
I
was
cannot
a
wait.
pretty good video. I'm gonna rate out now. Okay. Thank you all for showing up and have a good night.